Thank you for the Sylvie raid. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. I hope you all are doing well. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you all are having I guess it's Lunar New Year's Eve, technically. But I hope you all had a fun time. I saw you guys playing Suika a little bit ago. Give me 1 second and I'll be here just shortly. Hello, there we are. There we go. Ah, yes. What is this Sylvie thing? Well, I'm glad you asked, Kane. Sylvie is a dear friend. Thank you, Nyasuri, for following. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you all are doing well. How is you? What were you guys doing? I saw earlier you were doing like fortunes or something. I can't remember exactly. But I hope you all are having a good time or had a good time. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, if I wasn't eating, I'd be in chat. Ooh, with excellent fortune. Okay. Oh, and thank you, Chris, for following. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. Well, welcome to my little museum. I hope you all enjoy your stay. I'm doing fantastic, thank you. Misfortune Gang is looking real strong, though. Sylvie, you might have to send me that so I can. You might have to walk me through one. I will also do this and see if I end up in the misfortune. I will see if I end up in misfortune as well. But yeah. We are here. We are here for our usual story time. So, for those who are new here, Chris and Nyasuri, we are playing The House in Fata Morgana, which is a visual novel, which has a lot of dark and kind of depressing themes. So please do take care of yourselves if that does not sound like something you want to partake in today. Absolutely no worries at all. But yes, we are doing Michel's story today. And thank you, Kane, for the trigger warning. I still have that up. So if any of these trigger warnings that you see on screen are too much for you, please take care of yourselves. And I will see you another day for something a little bit more lighthearted. Oh, and Tyler, yes. I only saw the command pop once and you were above it, Kane. I'm sorry, Tyler. I'm sorry. But yes, we will be doing Michel's story today. Big news tomorrow. Is it about the medical thing that I saw earlier? That you're going for a chest x-ray? I hope you're okay there. Hope you're feeling okay. But yes, go take care of yourself. I will be here whenever you need me. So do not worry. No, that's potential bad news. Oh, no. So we have bad news and big news. Gotcha. But yeah, and then tomorrow we will be doing our handcam stream again, which I'm very excited for. I have my little box of goodies hiding under my desk and I'm like so tempted to open one, but I'm like, no. Maeve, hold off. You have one more day. I also have some other things in the works for you all. So I hope you are excited to see what comes of those. So, lots of things in the works in the behind the scenes of the museum. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But thank you, Sylvie, for the dance. I love that little dance emote. I don't know why it's so cute. It's very cute. It's so cute. But yes, let me turn off Ghost for the time. Oh, I was gonna say, wait, everyone's dancing and loving the song. Never mind, I won't. I will leave it be for a couple more seconds. I was like, as I'm about to turn off the song, everyone is enjoying it. I will not. I will refrain. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I need to preface and or let you all know about. Let me think. Let me think. Anything else for the bulletin board? I'm not sure. I don't think so. You also seem cheerful today. I had an energy drink not long ago. So it was a very slow day at work. So I was dying by about 3:30, and so I was like, you know what? Gosh darn, I am going to take my drink, my energy drink, and be happy. So I had food, I had an energy drink, I'm good to go. I'm good to go. Raring to go. But I also have a big thing of water next to me, so hopefully that helps with the voices today. We shall see. But yeah. Okay. I'll be here the entire stream because I'm invested in this. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you are invested in this lovely story of ours that we've started together. Just even seeing the title of the chapter, I'm like, we go for Michel. All right, are we ready? Are we ready to learn more about Michel? So I think it's time we learn who we've been playing as. The seventh door. (1086) to whenever. I'm gonna turn this down slightly because I forget this volume just loves to jump everywhere. There were two things out of the ordinary with that about that baby. First, its parents embraced. And the second, they wholly rejected. Although, it was some time before the baby's second peculiarity emerged. And until it finally did, no one was any the wiser. Not even the child itself. Its mother surely enjoyed that brief period of happiness before her child finally realized the truth, blind to the fact that the moment it had first let out its first cry, everything came crashing down. To this day, she still does not know the child she gave birth to, that she set loose a curse upon the world. A curse that turned angels into demons, humans into witches. Antonin. My God, look at it. She's beautiful, isn't she? Have you seen her laugh? Not yet, I haven't, no. At any rate. That color certainly is something else. God's gift to us. No, she's an angel sent from heaven. An angel. Ah, yes. I can see it now, Liddy. Her white hair and almost translucent skin, it's beautiful. My, she opened her eyes. Maybe she felt you nearby. Do you like your father even more than me? Is that it, sweetheart? Gorgeous, aren't they? Such deep, enchanting color. Like two little jewels. Ah, that they are. A magnificent shade of red. I've never seen anything like it. And this is our child? She's special. You can feel it. You have to take good care of her. She needs a name. One that's just as special as her. Have you already chosen, Antonin? You were the one begging for a girl. You do it. Besides, I already had to rack my brain for the boys' names. So now it's your turn. Are you really going to let me? My, that's quite a lot of pressure. Name her after an angel, then. Oh, I like that. All right, then. We'll call her Michel, after the archangel Michael. You'll grow up to be beautiful as an angel, my Michel. I've always wanted a little girl. With her snowy white hair, skin so pale you could see the veins beneath it, and her ruby red eyes. She was a very peculiar-looking little girl, and her mother showered her with love. She truly believed her daughter was an angel sent from above, born as a human child. The blessed babe, born a girl, was given an angel's name. Michel. Me. Checkmate. I see. That's what you did. Curses. I completely overlooked it. I thought you were advancing with your pawns, but it was all a diversion. You're too short-sighted, Didier. You look like you need to look at the big picture. Hold on. It's been a couple days. Give me a minute. Sometimes it's the tactician and not the soldier holding the sword. You got me. Okay, no! You will regret saying that. You will regret saying that. I agree, Umgak, no. Oh, no. You're quite good at this, Michel. What inspired you to take up such an aggressive strategy? It was not inspiration. It was... derivation? Derivation. Chess is in many ways similar to real-life war tactics. Ah, my military texts. You haven't read all of them, have you? I have nothing but time. Impressive. Even I haven't read all the books in my room. You planning to join the order with that kind of knowledge? You jest. You're the one who's going to be the knight, dear. That I am. Or is the men's job, after all. I want you to be there to welcome me home. Didier! Oh, Didier! I'm in a bit of a bind. Could you... Oh, hello there, Michel. I didn't know you were home, George. Yep, just got back. Yep. Oh, playing chess again, are we, Let's see, what do we have here? Get away from the board. Yikes. You got trounced, huh? And you call yourself her big brother. As if you're any better. That's not funny, George. I cannot approve of someone who can't keep up with the flow of battle becoming a knight. Given our family's rank, you would eventually be put in charge of other soldiers. What? Are you worried about me? No, I'm saying... I've been blessed with such a caring sister. But fear not. I have a guardian angel after all. Where's the logic in that? I'm sorry to interrupt your moment, but does nobody listen to me? Now, don't pout. So, what seems to be the problem, George? Listen. Yes, listen to this. The royal court is holding a swordsmanship show. And for some reason, I was selected to participate. How unfortunate for you. I can already see you on the ground sobbing. Hey now, that's just mean. Besides, my hands weren't meant to hold a sword. Look at these dainty fingers. They're covered in calluses. Dainty calluses. Tell me, why would they have an artist sword fight? Dainty calluses, I'm taking that. Yeah, it's dainty calluses. It's fine. It's fine. That's the whole point, I would think. No need to get so worked up. No one's expecting you to win. Maybe not, but we do have a name to worry about. I'm not even reading that, Kane. Nope. Yeah, maybe you should just ban yourself today for that one. Maybe you just need a little bit of a timeout for that one. There we go. Thank you. Punts. Thank you, Sylvie. I appreciate it. And you know what that means, don't you? I'm going to lose. That's a given. But I want to do it in style. I feel bad for your sword. Oh, don't be like that. Now come on, time's a-wasting. To the courtyard we go. Just so you know, if I train you, I'm gonna train you right. All I want to know is how to look good. What is it, Michel? May I watch? Fine with me. But you know you can't go outside. I'll be watching from the hall. I can open one of the windows facing the courtyard. Still, you need to be careful. Can't spend too much time in the sun. I know. I had two older brothers. The eldest, Didier, belonged to an order of knights that served the church. And below him was Georges, the one who served as a court artist. He was, in all likelihood, who would inherit the family estate, as knights were not formally allowed to own property. Nevertheless, the Bollinger family was upheld by Didier. And then there was me, the youngest, the only daughter. Physically, I was not in particularly good health. Because of the color of my skin, I was hypersensitive to sunlight. No, Umgak, no! Umgak, no! Oh no. What? Does it? I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. I rarely left the estate. My world is contained entirely within these walls. Okay. Compose yourself for Michelle's sake. Compose yourself for Michelle's sake. And perhaps out of some kind of pity or compassion, my two brothers spent a good deal of time with me. Take 5? Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna quit the blushing Maeve emote. I'm like, oh no. Didier played chess with me and Georges taught me how to draw. And among other things, they taught me how to read and write. For a girl, I was incredibly fortunate. One thing I wasn't allowed to do, though, was hold a sword. While hardly anything unusual, it bothered me deeply. And it had for as long as I could remember. If I had been told I couldn't do it because I lacked the strength, I probably would have accepted it. But the reason given was not because I was weak, but that I was a girl. And with each passing year, that smoldering frustration in the back of my heart grew larger. Come on, put your back into it. Like I said, all I want to do is put on a good show. Oh, you'll put on quite a show. Unless you learn how to swing that sword properly. Give me a break! No, y'all are just dirty-minded. Out in the garden, my two brothers traded swing. Why? No. Absolutely intentional. I picked the worst place to stop and read that. This is not helping, Michel. I'm trying to be on your side, Michel, but you are not helping. We are trying to take your story seriously, but you are not helping. I'm not reading the rest of this, so you num 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 num. All I could do, though, was observe from afar. And every time I found myself forced to watch, I felt a sharp pain, like a needle piercing my chest. Okay, no. No! How do so many of you share a brain cell? Welcome to the show, everybody. I hope you're having a good time. A needle that seemed to be growing ever thicker. My mother and brothers loved me dearly, but that didn't change the fact that the outside world lay beyond my reach. I was trapped in the estate by my own body. At first, I thought that was the root of my pain. But the answer seemed to contradict something inside of me. Something I couldn't explain. Something I couldn't ignore, even as a child. So I searched within myself, trying to find an explanation for the constant swelling sensation of wrongness inside me. Day after day, I gazed into the cavern of my own heart. My. Now what are the two of them doing out there? George was asked to do a swordsmanship show at the royal court, so Didier is helping him. Swordsmanship? Oh, I just can't stand those shows. Blades are so dangerous. I can't watch people swinging them at each other. This is my face right now, Michel. Don't worry. I'm with you right now. My mind is fully in the gutter. I know. There's two of you where your minds are fully in the gutter. And this is me. This is me right now reading your comments. Why don't you come back to your room with me, Michel? I would love to teach you how to sew. But Mom, I want to watch them practice. Michel. First of all, you need to watch how you speak, young lady. You do not call me Mom, you call me Mother. This is what happens when you spend so much time around boys. As your mother, I don't approve of you playing chess or making art. A woman has no need for such skills. They will only make you look insolent. But I want you to grow up to be a respectable woman. That is my job and my dream as your mother. Now come. I would rather you looked at some fine embroidery with me than a couple of sweaty men. Yes, Mother. You're my little girl, after all. Spending time with my mother was agonizing. Was it because her world was so isolated? No, that wasn't it. Her gentle voice, the sweet scent of her perfume, the way she constantly told me how much she loved me, and her diatribes about how wonderful it was to be a girl. Everything she did put so much pressure on me. And above all, she loved to say, "You're my little girl, after all." There was nothing strange about that at all. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the daughter of a noble. That was who I was. The only thing wrong was how I felt. But every time I was faced with the reality of who I was, my heart wavered. I had no interest in learning how to embroider. I didn't understand why that was necessary. I knew what purpose it served. Everything she taught me I would need when I was wed off to some noble boy, and it was my responsibility to learn those things. It didn't feel right, though. Couldn't even accept the fact that one day I would be married. It was but an ominous shadow lurking in my future. I would have preferred ravaging the books in Didier's room than having a conversation with my mother. Tales of heroes of old and dauntless knight soldiers. Military texts written by tacticians in the midst of war. Thinking about them set my heart aflutter and made me think about my brother. He was training to be a knight. I envisioned armor flecked with rust, a long sword glimmering with the blood of savages. Soon I found myself in my fantasies, imagining how the sword would feel in my hands. The sensation of the hilt between my fingers, swinging it gallantly. Oh God, you too! Like my brother. I look over at chat for 1 second. How heavy was it? How much muscle would I need to carry it? How much impact would I feel in my hands when I struck something? How restricted would my vision be wearing a helmet? How much did it weigh? How hot was it inside? I had no way of answering those questions, though. Kill me now! I have some cloth, if you'd like to wipe yourself off. Oh, yeah, thanks. I'm so dead. You were at it for a long time. I've never known D to half-ass something once he gets started. Which I guess is what makes him a knight material after all, but... Are you opposed to him becoming a knight? Well, you know. I kinda assumed he'd inherit the estate and handle taking care of everything. So it's like, why's he gotta go and be some priest's whipping boy? Don't tell him I said that, though. He wants to fight for the greater good. I don't know. Despite the name, he wouldn't be doing much fighting himself. Anywho, someone as passionate as him might be able to make changes for the better. Changes? He knows what condition the order is in. That's why he's joining. Figure he wants to whip him into shape, melt him down, and reforge the whole thing. Huh. So he might be able to change things. What are you muttering about, Michel? Hey! Whoa, hold it! The pain I felt in my chest when I smelled the sweat emanating from Georges' body, when I looked at his slender but distinctly male build, I was convinced it was admiration. Did I want to become a knight too? Maybe the discomfort I felt was because I wanted to be like him. Would it all go away if he were able to make changes to the rules and I could join the order as well? I was positive it would. Didier? Michel, hold on. You can't come barging into my room unannounced. I'm trying to change. We need to talk. I said stop. You're a girl. You can't just walk in on a man when he's changing. I see no reason for you to be so self-conscious. Listen to me, Michel. George tells me you're planning to overhaul the order. He told you that. No, I hardly have any such grand aspirations. Don't be coy. I believe you have what it takes to do it, Didier. What's gotten into you? You're unusually fiery today. So I want to ask you a favor. When you have enough influence in the order, I would like for you to make me a knight too. You what? I'm tired of the way Mother treats me. Always saying I can't do this or that because I'm a girl. I want to learn how to swing a sword. I don't want to do embroidery. I don't care about jewelry or fancy clothing. Michel, what's gotten into you? I'm so much more interested in the world you live in, Didier. So please. Well, I'll be. I suppose we must have let ourselves spend too much time with you. Not you too! That's exactly what Mother said. First of all, Michel, you don't have the strength to hold a sword. And I will train until I do. If that doesn't work, I'll still have my mind. You know good and well I could. People are not like chess pieces, Michel. It did, yeah. But above all, you're missing the most important point. I will not, for any reason, become the kind of man who makes a woman take up a sword. Didier? This may seem normal to you, growing up with two brothers. But I want you to listen to me, Michel. Men and women walk different paths. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies. And they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I'm here to protect you and your mother. You're no different than her. You don't treat me any different than her. Honestly, what's gotten into you, Michel? Why wouldn't I treat you like a daughter of the Bolinier estate? Your brother and I, we never meant to make you think. Forget it. What? I'm sorry. I knew what I was asking was foolish. Oh? That's not what Michel wanted to hear. But I thought you would understand how I feel. Even just a little bit. What was I expecting for him to understand? Even I didn't understand the things I felt. I wanted to know what had gotten into me. I wanted to know what had gotten into me far more than he did. What I had done was no better than throwing a temper tantrum. Was I that desperate to become a knight? No. I just thought the key to the chains in my heart lay down that road. But ultimately there was nothing. Assuming Didier had agreed, and assuming I did become a knight, it wouldn't do anything for the core problem. As I dashed from my brother's room, I snuck a peek at him. His face was filled with an intense perplexity. And how could I blame him? I tried to push a dozen different ideals onto him all at once. Filled myself with the vain hope that he would somehow be able to make sense of me when I couldn't make sense of myself. And now, bubbling with unwarranted anger at being let down, I fled to my own chambers. I can only imagine how frustrating that must have been for him. It was the spring of my 14th year. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun and giving the impression of late evening all throughout the day. I, for one, preferred it when the sun wasn't out. Not that sunlight would kill me, but if it was bright enough, the whole world was so white I could hardly see a thing. Which meant I could only go outside on days when the weather made most everyone else gloomy. As I meandered through the courtyard, I spotted someone I had never seen before. A warm breeze blew past, sending up a swirl of flower petals. The girl's dress hung lightly over her frame, tracing her gentle curves. "Who are you?" I asked bluntly, and the girl twirled around, smiling. "My apologies. You just have such a beautiful courtyard here, I let myself in for a little walk." Long chestnut hair flowed over round feminine shoulders. It swayed slightly in the wind. The cloud of melancholy dissipated in the light of her smile. "You must be Michel. You're just as pretty as I heard." "And you are?" "My name is Amy. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." "Finally meet me?" What was she talking about? As I stood there, baffled by this strange woman, she stepped towards me, kissing me softly on the cheek. "I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance, Michel." Her voice was like someone pouring honey into my ear. Electrifyingly sweet. "I'm George's fiancée." And it was also stuck another needle into my chest. She was a noble girl by the name of Amy Huibert? I'm thinking these are French names. I'm like, okay, J in French. Huibert? I don't know. We're gonna say that. I don't think it's a J. Maybe Joubert? Joubert? We'll say one of the ones. Though only 15, she was the very image of refined, polished to a shine. No one told me my brother was to be married. It came out of nowhere. And it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. That evening, when the family gathered around the table for supper, Amy was there too. And they prepared an extravagant feast for the occasion. My father, Antonin, looked proudly of his two boys. Didier soon to receive his assignment, and Georges soon to be wed. The banquet proceeded smoothly. Not a doubt in the air that we were a happy family. But my mind was elsewhere. I found myself unconsciously chasing Amy with my eyes, watching the way those slender fingers gripped her spoon, her full lips parting to allow a piece of fruit in. Her deep red tongue visible for only the briefest of moments. The way all the muscles in her face seemed to relax in bliss as sweet fruit juices seeped into her mouth. The way she spoke, soft and gentle, letting each sound hang in the air just briefly before intoning the next. She was distinctly feminine, in a different way than my mother. Apparently, Amy was going to be living at the Boulogne estate for some time. Mother was pleased to have another girl around. Or, more specifically, she was relieved to have found someone other than my brothers for me to spend time with. I'd assumed I would hate being around another girl. Surely she wouldn't be able to play chess, after all. but for some reason, I felt much less suffocated around her than my mother. One night, Amy's family and an array of nobles from both houses, social circles assembled at the estate for a party. A din the likes of which I had never heard in my life filled the great hall. Everywhere I looked, there were people. Servants scrambled every which way. Silverware clanged against the dishes in almost constant hum. Voices from all directions. I felt moderately ill. Hey, Dee, I feel like we're critically short on waiters. This don't look good for us. And who was it who went about inviting everyone he came across again? Who are these people? They're artistes like myself. I met them at the court. Let's see, we have some painters, composers, sculptors, troubadours, poets, writers, you name it. And none of them have any connection to the Jouberts or the Bolognaires? Sure they do. They're my friends. And you know, this is me and Amy's party. You can play with your friends elsewhere. I hope you realize you have a reputation to uphold. Off in one corner, several men, presumably George's friends, gathered in a circle. They stood out from the rest of the aristocrats, in both appearance and the air they gave off. The clothes they wore, the embroidery hidden beneath their jacket cuffs, their manner of speech, the way they held themselves. They were, simply put, a far cry from the hard-headed Didier's ideal partygoers. Even watching them from afar, it was clear my two brothers ran in different crowds. The only reason headstrong Didier and the free-spirited Georges were able to get along at all was because they were brothers. If they had been strangers, I doubt their paths would have crossed much, and if they did, those intersections would be quite rocky. Hey, come here, guys! George's shouting voice pulled my preoccupied mind back to the surface. He summoned his friends, then led them to where I stood. What are you doing hiding in the corner, Michel? I didn't even notice you. Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends. No, George put his hand on my shoulders, peeling me off the wall and standing me in front of his male friends. Socialization was the last thing on my mind. I searched for Didier, hoping he would come to my rescue, but he was off trading pleasantries, facing away from me. This is my baby sister, Michel. Be nice. George, I don't... Graces, your skin is even more pale than I imagined. It's like something out of a fairy tale. And why have you never brought her with you to the court? She'd sure be a hit. And how old are you now? 12, mayhaps? Now, don't treat a lady like a child. I'll have you know she's 14. All the more reason she should be out there making friends. The whole court flip if they knew you had such a gorgeous sister, Georges. Don't be a brute, my man. Our little angel has to be kept inside for personal reasons. Uh-oh. Sounds like I haven't been showing the lady her due respect. I've yet to even properly introduce myself. How rude indeed. Michelle's like, get me out of here. I don't want to be at this party. Their laughs grated on my nerves. And so did the way Georges spoke as though I was his property. They looked like they were appraising me, which made me sick to my stomach. I had been paying enough attention to notice the man who had asked if I was 12, and the rest of them too, examining me from head to toe in search of curves. I was indeed underdeveloped for 14. But what did it matter? I didn't want a body shaped like Amy's or my mother's. Now then, milady, a proper greeting. The man got down on one knee before me. For a split second, I didn't comprehend what he was doing. Go on, Michel. He's waiting. He whispered in my ear. That was when it all came back to me. The traditional greeting performed between a man and a woman. Come on, Michel. Don't tell me you forgot what to do. I knew. I knew the process. I had the knowledge. Mother had taught me the rules, shown me the procedure. I was to present my hand to the man, for him to kiss. All I had to do was hold out my hand, but I was frozen. My body fought tooth and nail against the simple act. Thought of a man putting his lips on my skin sent a chill through me. Why? Why was this a traditional greeting? Why did I have to go through this? Michel! At the sound of Georges' frantic voice, my arm creeped up from my side. Then I remembered that despite being his friends, they were still nobility. As wanton as his social interactions may have been, he still had a reputation to maintain. And I understood that. I also understood that, as their sister, it was my responsibility to not do anything that might tarnish either of my brothers' names. Also, by tradition, the man wasn't supposed to actually kiss the woman's hand. The proper way to do it required him to simply mimic the act rather than actually make contact. That much I could handle. The man kneeling before me gave an uncomfortable chuckle at my reluctance, shrugged, and reverently took my hand in his. And then... he pressed his lips firmly against my skin. There was a vaguely warm sensation on the back of my hand for the briefest moment. What are you... Reflexively, I smacked the man's hands away. George's eyes went wide in horror, but the man gave another playful shrug. I was merely offering you a greeting, my lady. Or is even this a new experience to you? Your innocence is truly precious. I was half a second away from throwing a barrage of insults, but I bit my tongue and stomped off instead. What? Michel? Hey, come back. Michel! I had spent all that time convincing myself I couldn't humiliate my brothers, but now I wouldn't hear a word of it. Hello, Faye. Welcome in. Yes, we're in Pain Town. We're in Pain City today. I hope you enjoy your stay with us. But yes, we are in Michel's story, so true pain has not happened just yet. At least not today, anyway. Knowing what's to come. Oh, okay. You're in the know. You're one of the few in the chat who knows. So I'm hoping you enjoy everyone's reactions alongside with me. I had drawn a fair bit of attention, and other people tried to stop me too. But I brushed them all off, marching my way out of the Great Hall. I feel so dirty. You called that a greeting? No, that was not a greeting. That was... I'll be taking that. I said, practically swiping a glass of water off a passing waiter's tray. Oh my goodness. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. With it, I washed my hands by the window facing the courtyard. No matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase that sickening sensation of his mouth on my hand. So I rubbed it with my sleeve until my skin was bright red. I wanted to feel something else. Anything else. Even pain. Think before you act, Georges. What are you doing, inviting people like that into our home? I was angry and had every right to be. He had not performed the proper greeting. Even in jest, he had no business actually putting his lips on my hand. It was not acceptable behavior of an aristocrat. He was a guest. He should have been ashamed. Was I angry that he had been disrespectful? No, that wasn't the reason. It was... Oh no. That wasn't very nice of you, running off like that. Huh? At the sound of his voice, I couldn't turn back. I felt a sickening warmth almost directly against my back. The man from the Great Hall grabbed me by the wrists, spun me around, and pressed me against the wall. The bitter scent of wine wafted from above. What the hell are you doing? I tried a second time to get away from him. Thank you, Kane. But that was when reality sunk in. I couldn't do it. All the strength I could muster wasn't enough to make the man's hands budge. My arms were locked in place. I didn't think he was especially strong either. He was hardly built like Didier. And still, I couldn't move an inch. You've got a tongue like a boy, my lady. But I know some people are fond of that these days. Can't say I'm I myself. Let go. Had I always been this feeble? Were my arms truly so worthless I couldn't even try to escape this brute's grip? Why did I have to get stuck with this body? Now, just so we're clear, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm no monster. I promise you that. Then why are you holding me against the wall? Because I wanted a chance to try and woo you. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable back there. The second I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a keeper. Then let go of me. But if I did that, you'll run away. And it's my personal rule to never let go of anything I like. I'm not a bad guy, says bad guy doing bad guy things. Yes. Sorry, this just makes me uncomfy. I always forget that these scenes make me uncomfy. But we power through. We power through. Your brother says you can't go outside, so if I let you loose now, I might never get a chance to catch you again. Aw, thank you for the sub, Tyler. I really appreciate you gifting the sub. The true egg! Egg! Yes! Welcome in. Thank you so much. Thank you for the distraction. Your brother says I can't go outside, so if I set you loose now, I might never get a chance to catch you again. I wanted to vomit. Apparently, taking my silence as approval, the man perked up and kept going. If you're not accustomed to being around men, then why not use this opportunity to get familiar? Not a half bad idea, if I do say so myself. And I think we get along quite well. Besides, I'm a minstrel. I do not like where this is headed. I do not like where this is headed. I forgot about this part. Okay, this was not where I thought. I thought I was going somewhere way... Yeah. I thought I was going somewhere way darker. Spend some time with me. Did you ever behead this minstrel? Yes, please. Yes, can we please just send him all out back? Can we send him out back with Didier? I don't think he'll be coming back. And I'll write you all the songs you could possibly want. Get away from me. Ah, you really do have the most striking eyes. Makes me want to keep them all for myself. With them used like that, I could write the most incredible songs you ever heard. I said, get back, you creep! Huh, that's odd. That one's never failed me. The man brought his face just inches from mine and peered into my eyes. I could feel his hot, wine-stenched breath against my cheeks. It gave me the chills. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. Panic and confusion had my heart racing. Go and try your luck with someone else. I'm not interested. You will be soon enough, darling. You've simply never known a man's touch. He drew closer. He was already practically on top of me, but he still closed in. Closer and closer. The world was fading out. Couldn't see anything. I could feel his rising body heat so near it made me nauseous. My eyes flung open, but there was nothing there. I could only feel. I couldn't move. My body wouldn't budge. In my mind, I kicked the man away. Pulled my fist back and slammed it into his jaw. Again and again and again, until his face was unrecognizable. Again and again and again and again and again, I beat him. But reality would have none of that. Michel! Hey, what do you think you're doing? 3 seconds? 10 seconds. Longer? I had no idea how much time I had lost. The next thing I knew, Georges had the man by the collar. I fell against the wall, staring absent-mindedly as the two struggled. They traded blows and traded insults. Before long, they had drawn a crowd. While they went at it, I distractedly drifted away. And I had only one place to go. Double beheading? Bestie cast. Yeah, we should just send all of the bad things that have happened to everyone to this guy. Please? Morgana? Morgana, hello? Can we do the thing? Can we make him suffer, please? I didn't even bother to light a candle. I just stared into the darkness. My heartbeat was maddeningly loud in an otherwise silent chambers. What had happened? What had he done to me? Why couldn't I do anything? The last thing I wanted to do was cry. Tears would only serve to worsen my humiliation. Only magnify how wretched I was. Only make me more... Fata. I don't know how to pronounce that. Effet? Jacopo better kistoscope this guy. I bit down on my lip, hard. I had no need for that trash on my body. I dug my nails into my arms. I have no need for that trash on my body. All of this, every last bit of it. That was why I was the way I was. I didn't know how to put it into words. I didn't know how to express this boundless frustration within me. But after enough wordless groaning, a single word slipped from my lips. And it felt incredibly right. God damn it! I knew good and well a girl shouldn't be using such words. Even Didier and Georges would have gotten an earful from mother or father if they were caught saying that. Regardless, God damn it! It was the most fitting word I could come up with to represent even the slightest bit of my anger and loathing. I knew all I was doing was shifting the blame. All that it would accomplish was making me look pitiful. But I would take that over crying like a girl any day. I let out a sigh that was halfway to being a scream, and then started clawing wildly at my hair. I wanted to yank out every last damn strand of it. I didn't want it. I didn't want any of it. Any of this body. But in that case, what did I want from my body? Michel? May I come in, Michel? It was Georges' voice, slightly muffled through the door. The man who invited those people into this house. I'd be lying if I said I didn't hold that grudge against him. Michel. At the same time, he had come to my rescue. Besides, I hated myself the most. I despised myself for being so helpless. I'm sorry, Michel. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's not locked. After a few moments of silence, George stepped into my room. Your hair's a mess, Michel. My God, you're bleeding. That was when I first noticed the stinging sensation in my lower lip. Metallic taste spread through my mouth. I had been biting it much harder than I realized. And there was a lot more blood than I expected. A trail of it was running down my chin, seconds from spilling onto my clothes when Georges wiped it away. I'm really sorry, Michel. He can be a real ass when he drinks. And he's a bit of a womanizer at that. I never expected he'd try to go after you, though. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. But, you know, there's a chance he may have, genuinely taken a liking to you. That just makes it worse. Sorry. You're right. You want to be with a man you like. I understand. He ran his hands through my hair, as if trying to calm me down, at the same time cleaning up the mess I had made of it. It made me feel like I was some kind of plaything. A joke of a doll. I don't... Huh? I don't want to be with anyone. I would never, ever be comfortable with a man putting his hands on me like that. It's over, Shovel. This will be easier, Shush. Yeah. However, I'm sure you'll find someone eventually, Michel. Someone that feels right for you. I kind of feel awful for introducing you to him, but there's plenty of men in the world. You might not be interested now, but that'll change soon. It's part of growing up. You'd be best off forgetting today ever happened. Thought you were a painter, not a grave digger. Oh, you're not helping here right now. You just need to learn to shut up. You need to learn when to shut up and stop talking. I was dead certain, but apparently that wasn't enough to convince him. It's a new type of self-portrait. Yeah, the permanent kind. The very idea that I might one day meet a man who I wanted to touch me made my skin crawl. Why? Why did I feel like this? Was I just not interested in men? No. If that were the case, I wouldn't admire my brother's bodies. I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more than indulging with my mother and her woman's world. What I couldn't stand was the particular look men would sometimes give me. But why? Why did I not like that? Hmm? Yeah. I wouldn't admire, if that was the case, I wouldn't admire my brother's bodies, but I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more. It's not for the reason you think, Kane. It's okay. It's not in the context you're putting it in. No. Give it a minute. Give it a little bit of time. I had no answer, but my thoughts were going in circles. Are you okay, Michel? He peered down at me, his face twisted in concern. I couldn't answer him. How was I supposed to articulate this? My anger, my frustration, my irritation, my fear? I had no confidence he would understand. Georges, how's Michel? Amy's voice came from the doorway. Inexplicably, I felt like someone had stuck their hand into my chest and is now squeezing my heart. Like I had just been caught in a compromising situation by the last person I wanted to see me. Yeah, she's doing good. Aren't you? Yes, I'm fine. Glad to hear it. I was clearly lying, not even looking him in the eyes when I said that. But that seemed to have gone over Georges' head. Amy, on the other hand... You don't look fine at all, she said, a hint of pain in her voice, and then entered the room. Georges, Father was asking for you. He says it's time to bring the gathering to a close. You should get going. I'll stay here with her. Oh, is he? All right then. Sounds good. Once the sound of Georges' footsteps had faded into nothing, Amy took a seat beside me and, without warning, wrapped her arms around my shoulders. It's much better to talk to another girl at times like this. My heart leapt into my throat. But beyond the shock, I found myself welcoming the warmth. It was pleasant, unlike the man's. That must have been terrifying. But don't worry. You're safe now. It wasn't really. No. No need to pretend, sweetie. If a man had pinned me against the wall, I'd be scared too. I mean it. I wasn't scared. I'm just disappointed in myself. All right. I believe you. You're a strong girl, Michel. There aren't many who wouldn't have been scared. I'll be sure to give Georges a stern talking to about his choice of friends. Something I learned today is he's somewhat of a pushover. You're a lot more tenacious than I thought. As a woman in this world, you have to be. And if you're not, well, you'll figure out soon enough, Michel. We're carrying daggers and boots from now on. Yes. Yes, we just a little dagger, just in case. Of course, even as strong as you are, I'm sure it'll be difficult to forget what happened to you today. George had told me to forget it as soon as possible, and Amy that I wouldn't be able to. Was it the difference between their individual perspectives, or was it the difference between the way men and women thought? I wasn't sure. As my head rested against her breast, a bit of frustration slipped out. I couldn't move my arms at all. He didn't even seem all that strong. I couldn't believe that I was really so weak. That's just the way of the world, Michel. Men are physically stronger than women, so you'll almost never overpower one. You're not any weaker than a normal girl. Don't blame yourself. Getting Michelle dumbbells for Christmas. Hell yeah. We're gonna start going to the gym. Michelle's gonna be ripped by the next time they see this guy. And then it's over for him. It's over. Though it wasn't the consolation I had hoped for, her words still filled me with warmth. I had exploited my own weakness to hear more of that soothing voice. And I alone knew how foolish I was in doing so. Amy frequently visited my chambers. I didn't know if it was at Mother's request or of her own volition, but I prayed it was the latter. She was a very touchy-feely person, and she seemed to have a particular fondness for playing with my hair. Whenever her voice danced its way into my ears, it would wreak havoc inside me. Being enveloped in her scent day after day stoked a fire growing within me. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible, as the last thing I wanted was her catching on. I understood that the things I was feeling were untoward, to say the least. Your hair is so utterly enchanting. Never seen hair so white before. I think the color is much... I think having color is much prettier. Oh? Well, George says white is the most difficult color to make with paint. There's no greater challenge than capturing the beauty of true white. Living with such a splendid example of color must have given him such a high standard of quality. No worries, Umgak. Get some sleep. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a great night. Say, Michel, maybe you could tell me a bit about yourself today. I would love to get to know you better. Tell you about myself? Yeah, we could become even better friends if we had some mutual interests. I enjoy playing chess, and I consider myself quite good. Oh my, chess? I've never played. You're such a bright girl, Michel. Would you like to try? I could teach you. I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll pass. I doubt I'd be any good. Oh, okay. What else is there? Say... Michel doesn't care about any of this, Amy. He doesn't care. Say your favorite kind of flower, fragrance, color of gemstone? Are there any embroidery patterns you're particularly skilled at? No. No. Each word just makes Michel more and more depressed. Yeah. I don't have any favorites, no. And I'm not especially good with a needle either. No? Do you have shaky hands then? I wouldn't say that, no. I'm, fairly good with a knife, I think. A knife? Oh, like a kitchen knife? No, a sculpting knife. Sculpting? Is that really so strange? It is a bit unusual, I'd say. But Georges does it all the time. His room is practically made of wood chips and charcoal and paint. George is an artist. And a man. There's nothing unusual about him doing some sculpting. Why is it okay for him, but not for me? Does being a girl really make that much of a difference? Well, why don't we practice embroidery together, Michel? I get the feeling you've spent too much time with your brothers. But now you have me. I'm sure it won't be long before you appreciate how much fun cooking and needlework can be. She sounds just like Mother. And she gives me the same reasons too. Because I'm a girl. But that's not an explanation. It's a vague generalization. That said, if I agree, I could spend more time with her. Okay. Wonderful. I'm sure we'll come up with some beautiful designs together. And when we made something you're proud of, we can give it to a boy who catches your eye. Or, if you prefer, you can give it to your father or brother. I would like Georges to have what I make, though. Oh, I've been wondering. Did you and Georges really meet in the royal court? Oh, heavens no. I've never been to the court. One day, my father told me I was getting married. And the next day is when we first met. Oof. Arranged marriage. It happened that quickly? What? Are you worried about me, Michel? Don't worry. I'm not displeased with the arrangement. Sorry, taking a sip of water. In fact, I'm quite happy with it. Aristocratic marriages are almost always sudden. Thank you for the posture check. Eep. Owie. Hi. Oh, Amy, no. And as a woman, you get used to being a piece in their games. But Georges is different. He's a gentleman. A gentleman? Him? You sound surprised. I believe hedonist suits him better. Oh, I quite disagree. I have complete faith he'll do good by me. Michelle's like, are you sure about that? I couldn't fathom where she found such confidence in him. Especially a man she'd only just met. How could she just trust him at all? She was nothing but a pawn, and she knew it. So maybe she was simply putting on an act? I had trouble believing her smile was anything but genuine, though. One day, you'll meet the right man for you, Michel. And he won't be a drunk like that guy from earlier. He'll be a kind, hard-working, respectable man. I would rather not find anyone. I suppose this is all still too soon for you, huh? Say, how old are you, Michel? 14. Oh, wow. I assumed you were younger. Do I really look that young? No hard feelings. You're just like a little tiny doll. So small and slender. And look, not one beat. One beat, yes, one beat. A singular beat, please. No. And look, not one bit of meat up here at all. Hey! She playfully grabbed me from behind and started prodding at my chest. As her delicate fingers slid across my skin, I felt myself gripped by a very indecent urges. Every heavy thump of my heart felt sinful. She couldn't know. I couldn't let her. Everything I had been fighting to keep down came hurtling to the surface. You're so cold. You know that? She was touching me like it was nothing, caressing my hair. Was she this intimate with Georges? Or was it just because I was a younger girl that she was so keen on putting her hands all over me? Before I understood what I was feeling, my body acted. It was a pure, unfiltered impulse. Huh? In my attempt to escape from her grip, I twisted around only to find my face inches from Amy's. Slowly gravitating closer. I pressed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Amy sat there, flabbergasted. I was equally aghast. I'm sorry. No worries, Sylvie. Have a good night. Get some sleep. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you. The Yuri was too much for her. No. Just time for sleep. What do you mean? Maeve and I are the Yuri. Yes, indeed. Wifey needs to go to bed. Yes, wifey needs to go to bed. As I frantically put some distance between us, I'm sure my face was red as an apple, though I didn't know it at the time. I do notice that your model has white hair and Maeve's has black. Oh no! Fair observation there, Kane. Well, that was certainly unexpected. I'm sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable touching you so much? Amy was smiling, though it looked forced. No, not at all. And I must have startled you. I'm sorry. I should have let you go sooner. I could have avoided this accident. What do you mean, accident? A kiss on the lips says... It wasn't an accident. It wasn't, Amy. I seem to have confused you somewhat, Michel. What? I know I can be very touchy-feely with you. And you look like you took that to mean you should do the same. No. You can't do that again, alright? If you want to kiss your friends, you do it on the cheek. Save the lips for the man you love. I should get going then. Georges starts to get cranky if I don't give him enough attention. Hold on. Amy. So long, Michel. She wouldn't hear me out. Once Amy had fled my chambers, that was when I finally comprehended my own emotions. That she had stolen my heart. But Amy was George's fiancée. No, that wasn't the problem. My body was not meant for her love. I woke up in the middle of the night. What? Once I zoned out, I need to get water. Yeah, I need to get water too, don't worry. I woke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints. Not enough exercise, I guess. I tried bending and stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. So after pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late night walk to distract myself. As I approached the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice. I'm still concerned about staying here. Amy's voice. Doing my best to remain perfectly quiet, I pressed myself up against the wall by the window and listened in on their conversation. I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound in her voice had me frozen in place. It's Michel. I'm afraid I've confused her. A tiny jolt ran down my spine, my muscles all tensing up at once. The sound of my name rising to her lips, but not in the way I would have liked. She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed she thought of me that way? Mother told me she didn't have any female friends and asked me to be one for her, which is why... So she had only been coming to see me because Mother had asked her to. I had been afraid of that. Afraid she wasn't there to be with me. That she had no fondness for me. That my yearning for her was one-sided. She kind of scares me. The way she looks at me. Always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can tell what's going through Michel's mind. I managed to deflect it in time, but I should have never gotten friendly with her. She had seen through me from day one. Understood what I was feeling before I ever had. It's disgusting. Homosexuality. It is not. It is not, Amy. But I understand this is 1089. So you don't know any better. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt of this is your era doing this and saying this. If you were in the modern age, I feel like you wouldn't be saying this, I hope, for the love of God. But you never know. You never know with people, unfortunately. And Greeks liked it? Fair enough. Dark Ages just being Dark Ages. Fair enough. Fair enough. Homosexuality? Did I hear her right? Something inside me crumbled. And with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again. That overpowering discomfort. That fear coursing through my veins. That repulsion. That irritation. That apprehension. What on earth was I? Did I view Amy as a member of the same sex? Were the things I felt homosexual? Heard Amy sigh from beyond the window. Then the man beside her, who she was confiding all of this in, replied, "She's just a child." That voice. And one with underdeveloped social skills besides. Understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love. And I didn't know this until recently, but when she gets something into her head, she has a tendency to run with it without thinking. It was not the man I had assumed it was. The other day, she asked me to let her be a knight. I can't imagine how she thought that would end any other way. Why? It's not very often that there are women other than mother at the estate. I imagine she simply got nervous being around you, and something got mixed up in her head. Why was Didier out there with her? I hope that's all it was. Amy, hadn't you told me you thought Georges was a gentleman? So what were you doing? Getting so friendly with Didier? And Didier? Aren't you my ally? Or was that all an act? Like her? Were you going to be a knight? You were going to be a knight, so why were you out here with your brother's fiancée? I'm glad to have you here, so I hope you can figure something out to make it work. I'll do what I can, but I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you. But something has to change. As it is, she kind of grosses me out. She grosses me out. So what? I was some kind of sick, disgusting creature? All I had done was show feelings for her. Couldn't be Georges or Didier. The needles piercing me expanded, both in size and number. Soon I was being skewered by a dozen of them. And the heated sighs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run. Why? What are you doing out there, Didier? How am I gross, Amy? It's not real. A whole bunch of lies. This entire house is nothing but a fraud. None of it was ever real. The family gatherings, Amy's smiles, Didier's kindness, Georges. What about Georges? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? What the hell are they thinking? You want to know who's really disgusting? God damn it. I will not cry. I will not cry. I can't let myself. Girls cry. Tears are for girls, not for me. I bit down on my lip, wrapped myself in my sheets, and pressed my hands hard over my ears. I squeezed my eyes as tight as I could manage, tried to get away from the things I had seen. Images of them embracing in the night threatened to float back to the surface, but I shook my head, casting them off, praying I wouldn't have any nightmares. I drifted off to sleep. Yeah, it is the toxic masculinity. Yeah. The next day, I awoke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering heat, a wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seamlessly endless stream of crackling noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I had never been the most healthy child, but I had never fallen this ill before. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in a doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. That bodily pain was common with a fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm, but once they were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me day and night, even foregoing sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. She had her head bowed, as if in prayer. Don't worry. It'll all be all right, Michel. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You are his child. You are his angel sent to earth. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu. Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. For so long, she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation, but seeing her there through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing. How are you feeling? Your mother is here for you. Don't worry. But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hands wrapped around my own. And I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier and I was Georges. In my dreams, I fell in love with Amy. And in my dreams, I loved her. You're disgusting. But with one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into the darkness. Ah, Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However, what the? My voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. Ha! My voice was unbelievably deep. Ah. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart. Like my dreams were becoming reality. Michel? Michel! When Mother scrambled into my chambers, I remember the time she had spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached out my hand in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Mother? What? What's wrong with your voice? Michel? I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michel? A look of restrained fear on her face. Mother stepped toward me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin. You don't have a fever. But I hurt all over. My joints. Would anyone like to guess? Or does anyone know what else is happening to poor Michel? You're still sick, Michel. But don't worry. You'll be fine in no time. I can't imagine. Yes. Okay, good. Now, back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl. You shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back. How the hell? I'm trying to get logic from this. Posture training? I guess. I was like, if she had said it's like improper, the floor is dirty, a girl shouldn't be on the floor, I would have gotten that more than posture training. But I guess. As Mother repeated the phrase, "You're a girl," again and again, the nagging sense of something wasn't quite right grew more distant. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. My voice never went back to normal, though. So Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet. And so long as I was sick, I wouldn't be let out. Again, something felt off about her calling it a sickness. I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I was exposed to them, as she so claimed. So I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother too stopped visiting me, and the only people I saw were servants. They did their job, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Not Amy, Didier, or Georges. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally, the pain in my joints would withdraw. At other times, it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I could hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair flowing in the wind as it twirled to my face. A smile on her face and her breasts exposed. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request. Have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, the next day I had a mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear, because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. Something resembling a mixture of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. It was only 6 months' time. I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand for the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked Mother's curves, and my skin Amy's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally, I looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength, but I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I was a full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier, and had felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michel. Don't need the last two. Michel. Yay! So yes, Michel is, I think they'll go into more of it, but yes, Michel is intersex. So yes, the growing pains of male puberty. Damn, okay, 6 months is a big change. That was a big change. You okay? No. This was 6 months? I don't know. You got men in chat, you'll have to let me know. Is that how puberty works for you? 6 months and it suddenly, bam, I'm an adult looking person? Because I doubt it is. Nah. For some, yes. The full range of human experience. Not for all. I see. For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit. But it was a staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded the exact same. With those last two letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. This now makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, the feelings I had for Amy, the indecent dreams I've been having. I was always male. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of light I had seen in this locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. Ah! No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I was always a boy, but I was always told I was a girl, forced to act like one. Of course, that wouldn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Ugh. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet over my shoulders and threw open my door. Okay, Michelle, maybe not just walk around the house in a sheet? Maybe don't walk around the house in a sheet? That you know, remember how Didier said Michelle was impulsive? I guess, yeah. Yeah, Still was when judging Giselle too, yes. Yes, he was. It seemed ridiculous how long I'd followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room. And now, I felt fantastic. If there truly was a God in heaven, then this change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously through the windows. But now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gathered in the great hall. Everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. George's voice playfully bragged about the life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit. With the money, he had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave a vague, empty indication she was listening, though mostly she stayed out of the conversation. Amy's voice sang her praises for Georges, her beloved husband. Never mind the fact that she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade. A mere shadow of a family. It's a shame Michel couldn't be here. Then we would have everyone. I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere. You had just locked me in my room. I hope she recovers soon. I was never sick at all. The child you call Michel is actually your son. That's all there was to it. Huh? What? Everyone's gazes concentrated on me. I gave them all quick glances, then with my deepened voice I said, I am cured. I was cured 6 months ago. Who are you? Surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you? Father? Michel? Michel? This boy is Michel? Wave of chattering spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. Georges gaped. Amy watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who wrongly decided I was a girl. What's going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You were dressing your son up like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I would have never agreed if I had known. No, you're wrong. She's Michel. Michel is my daughter. You call that a girl? All these months, I was worried because you said he was sick. But that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him in his room. Is that what this is? You could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? Stop that. Don't look at me. Don't give me that look. You said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you? Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be so damn full of yourself. Holy shit, Michel! Yeah, no, deserved. Okay. Don't be so damned full of yourself. I have no interest in a whore like you. So why don't you go cry in Didier's arms? You... What? What? Huh? What are you talking about? Why Didier? Why not me? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that for me? What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moment, I felt sorry for George, but that was whisked away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell, shattering against the floor. Cursed. Chilling darkness oozed from her voice. She's cursed. She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michel was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed on her. When Mother had lifted her head, I had difficulty believing that was the same woman who sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and deep creases all across her face. Restrain her! Throw her in her room and lock the door! She's a girl! A girl! She was a girl, I swear it! Open your eyes! Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. Hey, Michel, it's not quite how we do things. I ripped the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl. And shouted. Restrain her. Please, someone restrain her. Fear reigned in the great hall. But then, several moments of icy silence was broke by a muttering that shocked me as much as anyone else. You're not a boy. Or a girl. What? What on earth are you? You're an abomination. You're not a boy. You're an abomination. I'm... what? I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength, though they may have been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat, and I was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep, and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. Yeah, he doesn't understand what's missing. He doesn't understand what's missing. What else could I be? So why was Amy looking at me like some strange creature? A chill ran down my spine. Suddenly, I found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed. There's nothing there. You've got nothing there. Nothing there? I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me. She's a girl. She's my daughter. Mother, seemingly in a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over. She was a girl! As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Amy stared at me in disgust in her eyes. George was still in a panic and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which was when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look at me in the eyes. Every day was the same, day in and day out. Day in and day out. The only time that routine was changed was when, on occasion, a servant would be arriving bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak to her like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency in her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. So I did as she said. Signed each letter Michel, the female name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed concern for me, but that concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What did she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? How am I an abomination? Why? I don't understand. Someone, anyone, please tell me. Someone, please. I have brought you your supper. I will be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Yes? What do you need, Michel? Are you a man or a woman? Pardon? Which are you? I am exactly what I appear to be. Which are you? I am a man. If that is all, I'll be going. Clothes off. What? Take your clothes off right now. Everything. Even your underclothes. Why? Surely you jest, Michel. I am very serious. I could not possibly. Why not? I could not expose myself. I order you to take off your clothes. You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider. What are you? You are a servant to the Bolognier estate. And what am I? I am a child of the Bolognier family. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room. That doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off. Michel. I ordered you to take your clothes off. Yeah. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my consciousness. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what Amy had meant. I wanted to find the truth. Not knowing I would have been better off in the dark. His face twisted in humiliation. The servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped more like a rectangle, almost like a rectangle. And at a glance, he didn't appear much different than me. A second later, though, I found my answer. Found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. Why? My lower body lacked the part that made a man a man. Are you satisfied, Michel? It was then that I finally learned what a man's body was supposed to look like. I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. It would be an unbearable shame to have to remain unclothed any longer. Before the young Bolognier daughter. Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl. Look at these shoulders, my chest. Listen to my voice. How can you possibly think any of this belongs to a girl? But how you appear does not. There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes. Not out of respect for our differences in rank, but out of disgust at this incomprehensible thing in front, standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling there before me. Really, Michel? You had to use that word? You could have picked any other word, Michel, and you chose that. Yeah, good thing Ungek is asleep. Blew the lid once more off everything I had been holding back. Without that, you would be no different with me. What? Everything else is the same. So why does it make such a difference? that you have one and I don't. Michel, I am a man. I am a man just like you. I'm no one's daughter. Ugh. And if you still insist we're not the same, I'll make you like me. Huh? Without that, you're no different than me. It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge. And so, in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain. Please don't do this, Michel. In a blind frenzy, hardly aware of what I was doing, just riding on a current of my erupting emotions. How are you guys feeling in chat? Specifically you guys in chat. I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed onto him. I'll get rid of it. I'll make you the same. Without it, you'll be just like me. Get off of me, please. Someone help. I'll make you just like me. Get in here. Someone. Anyone. Michel. She's delirious. Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. There were as many, if not more, than when I made the scene in the Great Hall. A dozen manservants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion. And in the shadows of the crowd, I saw a mother looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother. Mother, why? Why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. Michel, I don't think you have the right to say that right now. I don't think you should be saying that right now. I'm normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something. Mother. After that, I was shut in my room again. And even the servants stopped coming. I pushed and shoved and pulled and pounded with all my strength, but the door and windows wouldn't budge. A day passed, and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I had no idea how miserable it was to go so long without water. My throat was dry and cracked, and felt like it was on fire, making it difficult to breathe. 2 days. 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight against my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water. Someone, please, give me water. Why? Anyone, bring me any. Why? My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncomfortable shaking. Or, sorry, not uncomfortable, uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging it at the window, at the door. All my attempts ended in crushing failure. I need one. I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone, open the door. Anyone. Water. I need water. Just one drop. That's all I need. I'm going to die in here. Someone. Anyone. Mother. Father. Didier. George. Someone open the door, please. Help me. Someone. I need water. My throat hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone. Water. Didier. George. Anyone. Not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the third day came and went, and then the fourth. By that point, I was expectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there, covered in all matter of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, I clung on to that vain hope that someone would open the door. It was all I had. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on the door. Whoever's there, please, open the door. I'm begging you. Someone. But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor. Did you hear that? Yes, I did. I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michel. They say she was cursed. Maybe she sold her soul to the devil? How dreadful. We should stay away from that door. If we don't want to be cursed, too. I am not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil. I'm kind of scared. I might have to find work elsewhere. Gotta make sure we stay away from that door. Why do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong. Lady Michel has lost her mind. She's deranged. I'm scared even thinking about her. I'm not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine. She's right crazy. She's right mad. No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal. Ah. Someone, please get me out of here. The 5th and then the 6th day passed. And by that point, I was hovering on death's brink. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door. I simply lay on the cold floor, waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I had been sucked completely dry. Couldn't even compose a coherent thought. Which is why, when the door I had so yearned to open actually did, and someone stepped inside, standing over me, I was unable to process it. My God, what a mess. Hey, are you still alive? Oh, look at that. I was afraid you'd be dead. It was Amy's voice. Oh, this is a terrifying CG. Why does Amy look absolutely terrifying? Cause bitch. No, it's just something about this seems real unsettling. Yeah, maybe that's more it. She's acting again. I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean you much harm. But after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset. I couldn't tell what she was saying. All I could hear was garbled sounds. And all I could do was moan at her. The servants are all afraid of you now, after your little episode. So I volunteered to bring you your food in their place. Everyone was so grateful. I don't think anyone likes you anymore. Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hand. A tray of food. I could smell it from here. At first, I just gave your food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit. Oh, sure. What I didn't know was that people could die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. So I'm really sorry about that. Water. But you're alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of. Water. What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on, I've got some right here. She picked up a goblet with her delicate fingers. My hands swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips. And then she let go. Go on. Drink. You better hurry, or the rug will absorb it all. You wanted water, didn't you? Then drink. In that moment, I could hear the sound of the last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven solely by my instinct, or my survival instinct, I bent down toward the rug, pressing my lips against the spreading puddle. You really did it! This is too good, Michel! You look like a cat! No, cats are much more graceful. I can't stop laughing! The daughter of a prestigious family, the Bolognese, sucking water out of the carpet. I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. So you know, I accept I made a mistake, Michel. I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. This is going to be fun. Listening to her childish yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat, but I was hardly in peak condition. That would take some time, given how badly malnourished I had been. Amy continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flames of rage within me. But I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assumed it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down on me. Come on, open up. Today, I'm going to feed you myself. Uh-oh, this is not gonna end well. This is really not gonna end well. This is not... Oh, no. This is not gonna go well. What's the matter? I can't put anything in your mouth. I can't put anything in with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death? Amy, why are you doing this? Why? Because it's fun. Why else? You married into this family, you sick wench. What gives you the idea you can treat me? Are you saying that because I married in, I'm of lesser stature than you? That's true, I am. But what's your point? You think you can intimidate me with formalities? Amy. Ew. I would rather you not speak my name, if you wouldn't mind. That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Didier or George, will make you pay for this. You don't have a single friend here, Michel. No one to take your side. And no one to say a thing about me playing with you. Assuming you were, somehow, able to tell someone, no one would believe you. That's a lie. Do you have any idea what people say about you? They say you've gone mad. That you've sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you? I'm not mad. I don't know. You look plenty mad to me. Fine, then I'll run away. I'll escape from this estate and from you. You think you could survive in the world with a body like that? A stray cat could lift more than you. You never find work. I give you a week at best. You can't be sure of that. Maybe I could make it on my own. Maybe, but either way, there's no way you're getting out. You can try and run. Someone might just cut your legs off. How is that at all necessary? Don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken? You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to live. And you should be grateful for me for volunteering to take care of you. Nobody else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you have to show me some respect. And you have to do everything I tell you to. Understood? So this is the real you? You were just pretending to be respectable? In reality, not only were you sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. You've been putting on an act ever since you got here. You make it sound like I'm somehow worse than anyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you. How is this normal? Listen to me, Michel. The side of me you're seeing right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for your family is also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act. Liar. Although, to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would have never even considered getting friendly with you. Amy. You know, life as a noble woman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful night right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. Let me have some fun, you know. Not like women have much else in the way of recreation. So it wasn't Didier, but you who seduced him? And it all would have worked out beautifully too, if it weren't for your meddling kids. That's what this feels like. It feels like a Scooby-Doo line. I had to double take so hard. Yay, it worked. It worked. Sorry, I had to do it to you. I had to. I had to keep you awake. It's all good. And it all would have worked out beautifully too. If you only had kept your mouth shut. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a whore. That wasn't very nice, now was it? Is it any surprise I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michel. I brought this on myself? Don't you dare. Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one here. You're a crazy whore, and don't try to pretend. Otherwise, damn you. Oh my, such language. You're not being very nice to me, Michel. Girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know? I am not a girl. Then what are you? I'm a man. A man? With that body? Amy quietly rose, grabbed me by the hair, and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me. You call yourself a man? You can't even get out of a girl's grip. I'm not all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. I'm just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you'd have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't. She traced the lines of my emaciated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly down my chest. But even ignoring that, you're missing the most important part. Stop. Get off me. I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms. But as Amy had said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lithe beneath her and beg. Get off of me. Groaning in anger and frustration. Her fingers came to a stop just above my navel. She looked up at me with a sweet smile and pulled her hand away. And just as a wave of relief spread through me, she shoved me back, jumped up, and slammed her foot between my legs. I shuddered as the pain jolted up my spine. Ah! Amy looked down on me as I screamed. A smirk spread across her face. Oh my! Does that hurt? There's a surprise. Even without boy parts, it still hurts. Stop, please. But she didn't stop stepping on me. I'm begging you, stop, please. She dug her toes into my flesh. What are you exactly, Michel? From the feel of it, you don't quite have the proper girl parts either. Amy, please. On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away at my spirit. What a strange creature you are. Stop. If I could have died right then and there, honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through. You should take a look at yourself in the mirror, Michel. You're crying, sobbing like a sad little girl. Not much of a boy, are you? And you lusted after me with this body? Seriously? You're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Amy's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day. But her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Every day she chipped away more of my spirit. But I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I felt. About a week after Amy started caring for me. Have you been a good girl, Michel? I brought you your supper. I'll set it right here for you. What's the matter, Michel? Your food's right there. It's going to get cold. Go on. Eat. But no using your hands. Crawl over and use your mouth. Come on. Eat. Or would you rather I fed you? Ew. What was that? Do you have something to say? Oh. I can't understand a word you're saying, Michel. If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk. Kill you. Huh? I'm going to kill you, Amy. Huh? That was, I believe, the first time in my life I had felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead. With my hands and legs tied up, I lurched for her. And like a dog, like the dog she so wanted me to be, I chomped down on her wrist. Ah! The taste of someone's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. Ugh. I was determined to not let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through the bone and rip her entire hand off. She could beat me unconscious and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt. And she trampled on me. Let go! My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear on my life I wouldn't release her arm. But I could never seem to make any good on my determination. Ah. Amy's foot flew up into my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife. And I collapsed on the floor in a fit of convulsions. and just as I was about to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. She didn't even give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back, before she kicked me again. Again and again and again and again. My gut, my chest, my legs, and my face. What's wrong with you? Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful. Yet here I am bringing you food. Can you not see just how kind-hearted I am? So why did you go and bite me? What would possess you to do such a thing? Gasping for breath, my consciousness slipping away from me. I caught a glimpse of Amy's eyes as she swung her leg back and forth. Or back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon. Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolute control over you, Michel. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you? Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up, and my mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in the ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. My vision had gone red, and I could hardly feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took. Jeez, what am I gonna do about this hand? It hurts like crazy. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it and tried to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. I can just see the sad looks on Didier and George's faces. They will not. You know, your brothers have completely given up on you. A deranged sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michel? You're a demon child. Why is I the demon and not her? Why did no one come to my aid? Several times I considered ending my own life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me. Of the times before my body transformed. The days when we were all so sure of our happiness. Kept me chained to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all. So now, So how had things ended up like this? Michel! Oh, Michel! Are you in there? Did you need something, George? Oh, come on, don't be like that. Do I have to need something to talk to you? No, but you look like you were in an unusually good mood, so I thought... Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day outside. I would understand if it were clear out. But can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy? Well, you can't be outside for long when it's not cloudy. So in our case, it's perfect weather. What do you say we go for a little stroll while we can? These are around today too, so we can see if he's up for it too. It'll be like the old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much chance for a sibling outing. We'll have Mom make us a lunch and then... Oh, we'll take a couple horses up to the forest's edge. I'm fine with that if you are. You bet your bum I am. I asked after all. Now come on, let's go. An outing, you say? Yep. Hop on a couple horses and head for the forest. We haven't done this in a while, so I figured why not? I see. Well, if Michel's going, then I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away. Whoa, slow down there. Are you saying you wouldn't go if it was just me? It's Michel or nothing? Of course, why on earth would I want to go on horse riding alone with you? Okay, anyone with brothers, is this an experience? Of course, why would I want to go horse riding alone with you? Yep. That's my experience with my sister. No brother, so... Okay. If you are the younger brother and your older sister, is that the same experience? Yes, okay. My sister is 8 years older, so yes, is what I'm taking from that. Damn, everyone in this community I've noticed is the youngest sibling. Everyone. Except for me. What the hell? Beep, 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 beep. I'd rather drown myself. Okay, Didier, that's a little far. That's a little far. Leg gasp. Didier, could I perhaps make a small request? Go on, let's hear it. Would you mind if I hold the horse's reins? Oh, that's all? By all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with you. I doubt that'll be a problem for you though, Michel. I'll be careful. I don't know if Cersei has siblings, so I don't know. I don't know. Hey! Whoa, slow down, guys. Look at that, Michel. George is still fumbling around all the way back there. Are we going a bit too fast? No, you're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent. Finally caught up. This isn't a race, you know. Why can't we just enjoy the scenery? Indulge in some nice pathos. A warrior and his horse need not of pathos. Isn't that right, Michel? It certainly is, Didier. Come on, you guys, be nice. This was my idea. You've really taken after old D, haven't you, Michel? I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers or dancing with butterflies or gazing out at a beautiful sunset or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister, and less barbarianism. Long swords, suits of armor, and tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though. You've let him get his claws too deep, Michel. Oh dear, oh my. If I'm going to have two meat-headed siblings before I know it. What did you just call me? Now, you too. Why don't we stop here for a picnic? Seconded, my tummy's been rumbling up a storm. I took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there. I hope your horse throws you into a river. I hope your horse throws you into a river. Hey, so the other day I brought home a cat. Cat? Yep, speckled from head to tail and ugly as a witch's arse. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mom flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house. Wish there was something we could do about how much of a clean freak she is. George, try not to stress Mother out too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is. It would be nice, though. To have a cat, I mean. You think so? Then how about this? We'll keep it in the courtyard. I'll feed it in the days when it's clear, and you can do it when it's cloudy, Michel. I don't know what cats eat, though. Wrong. No, George. No. No. Not pastries. Not pastries. Unless you're my dumb cat and who wants banana bread. No, not pastries. Do you want to kill the cursed thing? I cannot approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea. Sorry. Oh, pull the stick out of your ass, D. Life's all about experimentation. He empathizes with the banana bread, same level of thoughts. No. Cats don't need banana bread. They can have bananas, sure. but half the time they're too sweet. Too much sugar. But not pastries, no. Live and learn. Do not experiment on animals. Well, if you're gonna be like that, how about you help out too? You can keep an eye on us and make sure we don't do anything stupid. Huh? Now you're trying to drag me into this? Already done. You're in. It's settled. Damn it, George. Now we need to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michel? What? You want me to name it? Not very often you get to give another living thing a name. Well, I guess you might have a few more chances down the road. Consider this practice. Something elegant and beautiful. You got this. Now, George. Don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michel. Just choose something you like. You said the cat was speckled and ugly. Yep, one look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe. All right, then. Ah, yes. The true experience of letting the child name the animal. Ugly speckles. Ugly speckles. Good name, strong name. How speckled shall ever be. Ugh. Ugh. That's its name? It would seem you don't have a future in the arts, Michel. But you said it was ugly and speckled, George. I did, yes. You could have tried a little harder than that, though. Oh, yes. Ugly speckles. Yes, I understand. I understand. But you know, why not? Ugly speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud. Ugly speckles. It's not that funny. It's quite something indeed. The more I think about it, the more I... Not you too, Didier. We should bring ugly speckles on our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds, having lunch. That we should. When Michel's gotten a little bit bigger, let's do this again. The three of us and our ugly speckled cat. You said it. We're all good friends here, after all. I've never been your friend, though. God, why must you be such a jerk? I will say, I mean, this is a very cute scene. This is a very cute CG. Now remember what came before it. I know, I'm aware. Don't worry, I'm aware. Didier. George. Was Amy telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? You think I've lost my mind? I'm a demon child? Didier. Why did you not open this door for me and let me out? Are the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too? Like Amy? Didier? George? How do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would I be able to go out to that forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation? Everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in this darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. God descended from the heavens and offered me to change back. I would have turned him down, because inside, I wasn't a girl. And my nightmare at Amy's hands did not end there either. As much as I loathed to admit it, I was terrified of her. Every day I dreaded the sound of that door opening. However, if I were able to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter. It's time for supper, Michel. I brought your favorite, parsnips. Well, but the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. But you don't mind, do you? I'm going to cut your nails today, Michel. You need to stay very still. You wouldn't want my hands to slip. So to make sure you do, I'm tying you up. This way you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michel. It's murky. Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash basin by mistake. It's supper time, Michel. I brought you parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What? You don't want any? Then what am I gonna do with these? You know, Michel, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy. Look at you. All that pride. Gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you. You did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally. To be honest, it was rather impressive. In a sick way, how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me. And she knew precisely what caused me the most pain. My body. And the discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was. She delighted in telling me I wasn't male. And sometimes, in showing me. I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. I could only think of one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. And one day, after about 6 months or so, She said with a disinterested sigh, "I'm done." And that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. Damn. And even the authors were like, yeah, no, okay, let's let your imagination take care of that. Yeah, yeah. Once she was gone, the servants took over attending to me again. I was still imprisoned, but there was more serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact. I didn't do anything. I just lived. And even though I had peace, I still feared Amy having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened that door. Hello, hello, chef. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Welcome in. You luckily missed a good chunk of the torture that we just endured. But I hope you're doing well. Mm-hmm. Amazing. Yeah. Now you just get this lovely French, like, not truly French, but you know, French orchestral kind of music. It was quite something. Yes, it was. It always is with House of Fata Morgana. It always is. It's not over till it's over. Exactly. You're learning, Kane. You're learning. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived with such a fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had recurring nightmares about the things Amy had done to me. The wounds she gave me did not heal. They only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity in the silent darkness, where there was no sense of time. Line between dream and reality blurred. I often found myself screaming, crying into the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled out my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounded at the door, yelling for help. Screamed some more. It was the very image of pitiful. Absolute wretchedness. And every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of that door, whispering about how poor Michel had lost her mind. Eventually, I gave up entirely. It was a stormy night in my 16th year. I had been confined for more than 2 years at that point. Heavy rain poured down against the windows like thousands of tiny spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to sleep, or unable to fall asleep, when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Michel? Michel, are you awake? If you aren't, hurry up and get awake. We've got big trouble. Lower your damn voice. But... when I first heard my brother's voices after so long, I thought I was hallucinating. In 2 years, they had never once come for me, no matter how hard I pounded on that door. no matter how many times I called for them. And after that, all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I had given up, assumed they had long since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. When there was another bam, bam. The sound was half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Please say something, Michel. Seriously, there's no time. You can hear us in there, can't you? You're behind the door, aren't you? Come on, just one word, Michel. Is it really you, Didier, George? For a moment, they really seemed to be at a loss for words. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. But it was only a heartbeat, and then Didier spoke. There's a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it. Why? Because Dad's talking crazy. He's saying that the Bolignier's family has no need for a demon child, that you're a mark of shame on our name. And he's gonna have you executed. George! Father wants me dead. Felt like the floor had given out from underneath me. Executed? Demon child? Mark of shame? He was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore. It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found out ourselves, which is why you prepared a way for me to escape. Why? Why? Do you even need to ask? Because we're family. Something terrible's gotten into Father. I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh. But I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I had thought I had lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swirled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? If you really felt that way, why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried out for your help? How hard I pounded on the door begging to be set free? Never once did you come. Not even once. Michel, I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane, and I've lost my mind. But I sold my soul to the devil, don't you? No, Michel, we don't. Then why? Why didn't you come and set me free? Michel, we don't think you've lost your mind at all. So you didn't want to see me then? You didn't want to face what I become? Tell me I'm wrong, Didier, George. You left me here, abandoned me for 2 whole years. Locked me away so you didn't have to see me. I'm sorry, I just, really busy with my art. I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the court. And Digier's a knight now, you know? So he's up to his neck in expeditions. I'm really sorry. As am I. I cannot say that you are wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure how I'm supposed to act around you. I'm still not even sure, even now. I knew I had to find a way to collect myself. But I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that, I owe you an apology. But you need to understand, I don't agree with Father's decision. I don't want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And George feels the same. Neither of us want to see you dead. What he said, Michel. There's not much time. We need to get you out of here. I bit down hard on my lower lip. Hard enough to draw blood. It's that, or start sobbing. It's a little late for that. Michel. If you don't get out of here, you're going to be killed. If I'm not an angel sent from heaven, or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a bonnier. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long. Can I trust you? Can I trust that even if the world says I'm cursed, that you will always be on my side? That you always will be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more? Didier, Georges? You absolutely can, Michel. I swear to God on high. And I swear to God on art. Michel. I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk Father out of it, could I? I'd rather you didn't try. He's not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he would likely draw his sword against you himself. It would destroy Mother. I'm sorry. We're not doing this only for you. Okay, I'll go. Oh, thank goodness. The carriage will take you to a mansion, Michel. It's a property Father purchased some time ago, but due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. No one wants to buy it from him either, so that's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight. What kind of rumors? Well, no point in keeping it a secret. He has right to know. They say a witch lives there. A witch? I think it's all made up, personally. I went to check out the place, and there's no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure. I'd hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michel. Only temporary. proceeds to be 10 years. I wouldn't call that temporary. Until death, you mean? Yeah. I cannot say how long it'll be, but father will pass eventually. When he does, George will inherit the estate, and that will mean you can return. So I ask that you hold out until that time. If I don't leave, I'm going to be executed. So send me anywhere. I won't complain. I'm glad to hear you say that. I will talk to father and ensure he does not suspect anything. We'll make this work. Don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you to be erased from the family. George! Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. But anywho, once I take over, we'll be in the clear. You'll be acknowledged as a Bolognier. I see. Okay then. Can I open the door now? Just a minute. Huh? You're still not ready? I don't have any clothing. Ah, right. You wouldn't, huh? How tall are you now, Michel? Around the same height as you, I think. You're taller than me? Damn. Alright, I'll bring you some of my clothes. Thank you. Wow. I don't think I've ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michel. That's not true. I don't think. I'll be back soon. Get what you need together. All right. Sitting on the carriage, waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly look any different from how I remember them. I was the only one who had changed, and dramatically at that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days. Playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from Georges, our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drained out those memories. The mansion is a several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I will send a package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Michel, just tell me. Now, or you can have a certain servant pass a message on to me. I can't think of any. Actually, wait, I can't think of one thing. I would like a chess set. Alright, I'll have one made. I'd rather have yours, Didier. Would that be possible? Are you sure you want that beaten old thing? Yes, I want that one. Alright then, I'll include it in the first delivery. I'll send you something too, Michel. Anything you want, just tell me. In that case, I would like smart tools. I'm in no way as much of an artist as you are, George. So they don't have to be anything special. Gotcha. So some canvas and how about some charcoal? And when you're back, I want to see how much you've made with it, okay? Okay. I know this is already hard enough on you, Michel, but I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone that doesn't already know about you. So I can't talk to anyone but the servants. Simply put, yes. Tomorrow, the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out that you are actually alive. Especially Father. Please do this for me. I've been doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody. So you don't have to ask me to keep to myself. Right. Yet you forget he's already 2 years into isolation? So he's technically, by the time Giselle meets him, he's 12 years into isolation. Does anyone else know I'm alive? Yes, Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea. Yeah, but I wouldn't really... No, because she left him for 2 years. Or she left him for a year or something like that. Because it was 6 months that she tortured him. So still. 10 plus years. Amy doesn't count. Yeah, Amy doesn't count. It was. She loves you, Michel. She really does. Mom just, you know, is having a little bit of trouble facing the truth. Even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants to have you in her life again. I expect Mother will be writing you. So please take your time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that? Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great, will suffice. All right. Just so you know, it kills me indeed that we can't stand up to Dad. But as long as he lives, his word is God in this house. I understand that, yes. Well, you never know. He'd be gone quicker than you expect. A week from now and bam, he's dead, and he's as dead as Dee's social life. Is there not an ounce of respect in your body? Oh, give me a break, I'm upset. He's gone too far. And once he's dragged his arse off to the great beyond, anything goes. Surprise! Michel was alive! Yeah, I suppose. Until then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's gonna be the performance of our lives. Crying like a couple of big old babies and laughing our tails off inside. You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours. Shh, I'm not stupid. I know this is important. Not even Amy will suspect a thing. Amy. Yeah, not even she can know. Good, she doesn't deserve to know. It's gonna crush her, I'm sure, but the less people know, the better. When Georges said her name, my body went shamefully cold. It had been 1.5 years since the hell she'd put me through, but every last detail of it carved remain carved into my body and mind. There's no way she would even slightly be sad about my death. She might act it, but she most certainly would be elated by the news. It seems George has still yet to see what lays beneath that woman's mask. I know you two were close. Mm-hmm. Sure, if you want to call it that. Huh? Are you worried about how this might affect her? Close to killing each other. Yes. What? She cared for you for about 6 months, didn't she? When you wouldn't let the servants in. What? From what I hear, you got really close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there. Oh my god, she twisted this so far. Who the hell told you that? What? Is that not what happened? Did something happen between you two, Michel? Amy didn't do a damn... Never mind. I can't tell them. I can't put what I went through into words. It will only worsen my shame. Especially not in front of my brothers. George, how are things between you and Amy? You still letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster. I'm all excited to get myself a pretty little wife, only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks. Ugh. Yeah, I'm sorry. Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young and kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned a new leaf. Started doting on me something serious, and well, it's hard not to let one little mistake go when she's trying so hard to make it up to me. I don't think sleeping with your brother is one little mistake. I don't think sleeping with your brother is a little mistake. That's quite a big issue, my friend. Have some self-respect, my dude. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Kane. Didier seems like the type to take the blame on it. Yeah. The age excuse doesn't work for D, though. For about a year, things were really rough between us. I didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, that gave me something to hold over D. All things considered, I'm not complaining. So, you would say you're happy then, George? Sure would be, yep. Believe it or not, I'm kind of head over heels for her. Hard not to like a girl like Amy. Oh, buddy. Oh, I see. Do you really feel that bad about 2 years ago? So she's still keeping up the good girl facade when Georges and Didier. No one else knows she's actually a sadistic cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. Oh no! Hard not to. She has a lot of knives pointed at sensitive places. The only okay. Do you guys know why I'm very upset with this last line? Yeah, Giselle. Yeah. Oh. But if George thinks he's happy, then I can't take that away from him. Michel? Oh, right. Yes, I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys. It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing. Then you could... Because I have underdeveloped social skills. You heard that? You've got one hell of a nasty streak, huh, Dee? I'm glad to hear. You're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit you two against each other. We know. The blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Michel. Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and Georges. I don't know if this is your fault. It's all unfortunate timing. God's a little bit of a jerk, too. Try not to forget I'm a knight, Georges. In time? In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much left. I'm going to tell the coachman to set off, okay? Didier? Yes? Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again? Why would you even ask that? Of course we will. Not a chance I'm letting this be our last family get-together. Oh, and it does. It ends up being the last family get-together. Is the only other time. Well, and don't even. Yeah, Kane. I know what you're implying. One last question, then. Yes. Am I your brother? Well, I mean, look at ya. Don't look much of a sister to me. So yeah, I'd say you are. I see. So long then. Farewell. And may good health bless you until we meet again. Until then, Michel. Farewell. Aww, no. Before seeing me off for good, they both gave me strong, firm hugs. Didier first, then Georges. The warmth I felt in their arms, in my family's arms, slowly spread through my chilled body, which made that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out the window, watching as they shrunk into the distance, standing there in the rain until they were completely out of view. A tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had had for my new life was matched with an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having to write Mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. George acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Didier said that with time things would change, but how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? Wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to the cursed mansion. The void! Oh, we love the void. The void reappears. Anyway, we are going to save to the exiled. And it has been our 4 hours, friends. It has been our 4-hour mark. It's looking like that time of the month for the void today. I mean, you never know. The void has moods. You just don't know until you get there. The void has moods. Anyway. So I'm gonna leave it here for today. We have learned a good chunk of Michel's backstory. So the last little bit will be a little bit, I think there's a little bit more of Michel's story to learn. Mostly about his time in the mansion by himself. Before Giselle shows up. And a little bit after too. But we will finish that up next week before hopefully moving into our final chapter of the house in Fata Morgana. So I hope you all are excited. Yay! We've made some revelations with Michel, some sad revelations with Michel. But yes, the void is now calling us all. Hopefully not this void in particular, but the void calls us all. Well, I hope you all have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow for Handcam stream. Alrighty. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.